It's a beautiful day. It's a day to be me. Requitedhawk. Chris Redtail. Hey guys, it is I, Chris Redtail, here on my live stream, and today I'm doing episode 4 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So, as where we left off in the last case, something has been puzzling me for a while. So, remember the last case that we did? Well, last night's events, how we were trying to figure out what happened. So, what led to these events? So, let's go over our case notes real quick. So, let's start off with something simple. Something basic. Okay? Now, some friends probably responsible. Scratch your hands. Narrow it down. Okay. So let's start off with something real quick. So, the victim that died was a man by the name of Kazuma Asagi. He was 23 years old. He was in a cabin, stowawaying his friend Ryunosuke, of course, and he was found dead. But there is one thing I know for certain. One thing I know for sure. Ryunosuke Kazuma. Because dead, Kazuma's body was in the other direction. Now, he wouldn't be looking at the wardrobe, which his body was. Now, somebody in the cabin, well, somebody in that boat, and here's, for a fact, Kazuma Asagi, his cause of death was, in fact, vertebra. Now, for those of you that don't know what the vertebra is, it's pretty much an area that's connected to the neck. In other words, his neck broke, which caused him to die. Now, you can either use a blunt object or you can use force. But we're at the events now where we found out that this ballerina lady who was wanted in Russia now is somehow involved in all this. And we just found a scratcher on her hand. And with that scratch on her hand, it's going to reveal the identity of her true friendly pet, not the snake. So we're going to figure out what exactly happened last night when Kazuma-san passed away. So let's find out those events right now. So, as far as we know, so what we found out that there was a scratch on her hand, which was not caused by the snake, but which was caused by the true identity of her friend, which is a kitty cat. Oh, look at the photograph frame. Must be something that Miss Perona brought with us when she ran away. She accepted it as beautiful, isn't she? Yes, it's true, but personally, it's a little black creature that she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a close look at this. Look at the little cat Pulver's holding there. Oh, cute kitten. It could have by you, couldn't it, Nana-san? For the blackest outfit. Black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pulver. I can't pronounce it right. Miss Pulver seems a little very attached to it. Wait. Little kitten. I thought your friend was a little kitten. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yeah, it's a scratch on the back of your hand that makes them abundantly clear. Oh no. Their whereabouts of this black kitten is clear. But what? Wait, is it clear? But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka's my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka wouldn't appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question, band whereabouts regrettably. This specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give them, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me. I have nothing. This has nothing to do with me. The answer is a quandary, even now, pinned behind your backs. Yes, what you are trying, but far can conceal the snake's thoughtful excuse. Did you see that? Just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she did leave it in her pocket, no one would have known. Oh yes, employees like that Mr. Holmes' specialty, so he clearly forced her to reveal something. The Dutch was a specialty. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what's supposed to be hiding behind her back? I see something. Wait. Well, it's speckled, but is it a band? But what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. It may be a cat's toy. This is sort of common for cats like to chase around a band around and paw at it. Kittens, in particular, love that sort of play. You need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Sounds like positively adorable. Yes! Yes, the thing you're trying to falling to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, the true nature of now the infamous speckled band. And when was this toy dangled through the ventilator? You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be an answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavoya attempted to use the speckled toy and sight the creature's return. Wow. In summary, the nature of this friend Miss Pavoya's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. It's a blithersome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proved to be a creature must be found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pova? It was after I gave her food last. She scratched the back of my hand, then ran up to the bell cord. I could do anything. She had disappeared to the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. Well, let's find the identity of the killer right now, I think. Moving on, we've come to heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose, and why? Due to the miserable signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the terrible venom. Christian says it's true. No one else has anyone has on the son's body. That's right. Christian seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Cosm wasn't poisoned, yes. It would seem so. Given the information that he's missing right now. Haha. Okay. Yes! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained in the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae. Only the Goliath strong enough. Only the Goliath was strong enough to survive that. He is an immortal freak, you know. The injury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. But if you take that into the fact, you can reasonably imagine there remains evidence to affirm that at the scene of the crime. Could there be? Yes, examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Because his neck was broken? In other words, he was struck by someone. Yes, distinctive possibility, and yet there was no organ to be found though. Accident? Yes. Where's that clumsy man? Well, we'll need to fix this section somehow. The mark on the floor has to give me some. The bell! Yes! The mark on the floor. The examination of the mark on the floor to prove the mark of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Indeed, positively identical analysis device, which I can carry now out of the dye were my results. Ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the shoe polish was in fact the ones that matched the lace leather shoes. This mark, I had to imagine what happened. For some reason, the soggy must have caught a foot. Must have caught his foot at the point and tripped. Please no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, his neck caught up against an immovable object and fell to the floor, suffering a fatal blow to the spine. Fatal. Stop for a minute. The fatal blow to the. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine and the vertebrae. In an instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavora? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you did to conceal the incriminating evidence. And then now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. And you heard the evidence that links you to the victim's death. A traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now there's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. That's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest what happened. But I'm afraid this part of Mr. Shum's deduction is right. Mr. Vora is trying to hide something. Prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the description, just cast our eyes. Well, I wonder. Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. What's that? Broken piece of glass. Isn't it? It is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. What's wrong with that? Is that what I think it is?
Yes!
That's right. We have a fragment of some increased glass object, which it would seem that one has a familiar air track. Precisely, but yet another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asagi's cabin. And you see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. So, Miss Tavora, should we consider what this tells us? Why would it be part of the glass object which evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bill, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours, won't save you time, my dear girl. Why? Because we're close to evidence linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Nahato. Yes. The evidence linking this little glass bell would be...
Yes!
A piece of evidence? Really quite simple, but then... Look at this performance. And a little glass bell. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. The evidence that's linking her in this. The crime. Oh, that's right. Look at the little glass bell. Yeah, there we go. If you look at this photograph, you can see clearly, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth caught up with you, Miss Pavora. The young man who lost his life last night did so after an inspirious fall and caused the fateful stumble. You're obviously feeling friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. What? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavora? That's exactly what happened last night. I was a little after the morning. It was so late, I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me, jumped right out of my hands. Most of cats do become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired rather a nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes, I had to read the rules on the wall, and I knew I wasn't allowed to take Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear. There was some noise next to the cabin. It was very quiet, and I was sure someone was there. He must be sleeping. So at that point, let's see if you try to lure the kitten back again. Digging in, he turned to the ventilator. He loves this toy. It didn't work. Nothing had worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried listening for her softly and nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote in his diary was someone trying to retrieve her pet? Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, and there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she would calm down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry and then... Oh, I kept so dang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely what you heard of the victim was stepping on a glass bell and tripping up. This was a large whistle, but even she can pitch a roll violently without warning. Mr. Sucker really was off balance as a result of the ship when the kitten was under his feet. A combination of unfortunate easily caused him to fall over. But what had become of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back to the ventilator. Yes, Dark was nowhere to be seen. Must have forgotten to lock my keys, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious. I was secretly resuscite. Well, when I woke up this morning, hey, I'm in the next room, and died. I don't know what happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? Snake isn't your first. Then whose was it, and where did it came from? Why on earth would a dangerous creature be doing on the ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pokazucho. What? What? Snake belongs to you? It came from my keys and then I sent it off when I was looking for him. I don't expect to find him in here. Yes, I let Snake get into his cabin, but those are not permitted on board. Ah! We are at sea for 1 year. And you wanted me to be so not a close friend, but someone who understands? Could you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a Garchinian venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting your hand on him. No venom, Sugar does not have venom. He's a harmless, very large, very gentle, adorable, like Granny. Aww, a venomless? Yes. Now he's hungry. He's in a bad mood. Once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you will feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah! Like they say, milk chickens. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are stupid stories. Who eats mouses. Big fat, round mouses. Huh? So... now it's stuck in the passage grade. So it's for, of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? It refuses to drink milk. Can't hear a whistle. It can't climb a bell cord. Not even venomous. How the deuce is something supposed to interpret and land a story that role? Not my fault. I don't make up stories. Mr. Persico has nothing to do with the incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death? Before. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize, but please remember this. A young man of his life, if you're going to attempt to cover your guilt with lies, then. No matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What? What are you talking about? Well, what lies? Miss Provova just confessed to everything. Unfortunate events, an accident. I'm not a great detective like Mr. Summers, but I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even if I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Ahado? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in this story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let the Scotland Yard deal with my setting issues out of the matter. I only present a very specific reason. You, Mr. Nahado, are simply a distraction. Distraction? I do hope you're not finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially the result of our next point. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one more important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes, he was my closest friend. I owed him much for my freedom, even. In that case, let's follow this into conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Nahado. Yes, whatever that may be. Look at this. There's a scratch in this particular story. I'm sure if I can chase that down, maybe the truth will come clear. I don't believe he was killed by unfortunate events either. The truth is somehow you really died, and about the scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Nahado. Shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? The victim lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. It was truly an unfortunate accident. Or it was in fact no accident at all. This we can establish, for instance. But we've established, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten, and I had climbed into the cabin ventilator. Tried to guess, but still, accident. What? Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. It's at Kazuma's cabin. His death couldn't possibly have been there for a mere incident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Hunt. Time to present the evidence. There is that proves that I'm provoking the victim. Except there's no mere incident. The postmortem report. Alright, we gotta start somewhere first. Okay. So one or two things. To prove his death was no mere incident. Look at the photo. Look at the photo first. Truth is, this is clearly a photograph print, right? There was no way Mr. Asagi could have left the message on. No way that Mr. Asagi could have left the message on the floor. That script is Russian, isn't it? It's a word for the wardrobe. And that, you mean most people would have been dying in the message left in the language of Japanese. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Why are you so certain that, Mr. Vora? You seem like it. Actually, that's not the point. It makes a difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is because it's clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in an instant death. instant death. Yeah, I was talking about this with one of my coworkers earlier. You damage the vertebrae, you snap it, you die instantly. You ain't getting back up. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asagi's cabin. A remnant of something that possibly could have been there if what Miss Provoros told us was true. What? So Sato-san had noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there was something that gives the truth away. There was no accent, and no words. In other words, take a look at this! Yes! The marking on the floor! This piece of broken glass next to the floor. Oh, the glass by the kitten's wrapped around her neck. I knew about that. It was broken halfway when the victim tripped over and the cat fell. So we have already had a satisfactory explanation where that flaw is in logic. Unfortunately, it was a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. Is that really what happened? And how did one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin? That's when Mr. Asagi died last night in his cabin. There was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged this scene to disguise the truth. Or to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone present in Mr. Asagi's. You're wasting the time. Someone else was there? Ah, of course. We know this. And what are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Yes. One of the person in the cabin when young student died was you. Yes, it's true. I was in the cabinet when it happened. You were sure. The cabin inside the wardrobe, to be precise, without details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left the message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. Let's be precise about the details. Would you mind? Ha ha ha. Forgive me, my dear fellow. And as I was saying, one person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me from the crime scene, even though I'd been asleep the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that fell on the floor. For fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asagi really died. But why wouldn't have the person taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise some questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. If the signal, the small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder even the culprit noticed a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is a woman of the sea. She's the daughter of a strong sailor. 3 years ago, They noticed her dancing skills and ran away to join the bullied company. But before she was a dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse the ship's angel of being a criminal. So that's it. You say when a young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that's not... I give me oath. Well, it's almost interesting. What would you give your tooth? Pray, how could you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. The truth, eyes, cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody can go in the cabin, not Nina, not anyone. You want to tell me that the killer can walk through the locked doors? Night, impossible. Ah, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie a thread around the door latches so they can open and close from the inside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not born doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors. No one can expect to find any modern in the steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, not without no threads or needles or magnets can be used. No, of course not. I thought so too. Mr. Hunt suggested it earlier, so... How could you sit onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put that you could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. In this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method you might have used them before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Nahado, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the door from the outside. What is it? Seems to be mine. Yes. What? It shows Mr. Nahado. And yes, and should you, because we've seen it happen. Yes, we did. Care to do the honors, Mr. Nahado? What the signs that tell us the method that was used? Look at the bookcase there. So the books and things aren't toppled over. It must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. Very powerful vessel after all. I believe... Yes, what's the force of acting up? Well, whatever it's called, the same force if we push it over the also made something move in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Huh? It's very obvious. The emergency stop that the ship made earlier had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... What if you need assistance? Sounds like... What the hell's Sagana? Oh yes. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the lot. Yes, it made us out of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. The force in Inika, you call it. Are you trying to say that last night Mr. Asagi was... Are you trying to say that last night after Mr. Asagi was killed? Oh, I see. This is running another emergency stop. Well, there's more left around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. Books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments, almost as someone had run across the shelves deliberately and knocked thing over. Yes, I do remember that. I stood tall up again, didn't I? And then I came into this cabin. We were surprised to see the same thing in here. The books and everything had toppled over just like Mr. Asagi's cabin. Do you have anything to say about this, Mr. Pavara? Are you out of your mind? You say Pavara made the emergency stop? Doesn't seem... That's how possibly could have happened. Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the bottom passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only need to press a button in times of emergency. Hence the placement of the number of the buttons. The sort of button it almost compelled to press to satisfies one's curiosity. What? It was you? When the button pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel becomes a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Jones, surely it wasn't you who... I was gonna say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed on whatever occasion. I'll tell you what's with the ship. I'll point you to the cabin. You're in much trouble now. No. I'm sure I can wait till later. Let's not overlook the fact that we have learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slides will close. So, we must now consider. Yes, all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to... Did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You idiots! What is a huge ship with many passengers? If it makes emergency stops in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere! What are your thoughts, Mr. Nahato? Well, certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? Hey, Sega. Fascinating. Now show us, good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night? The only thing I don't have anything else. The ship's log. Seaman Stroganoff? Is this your duty to patrol the first class areas of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here? This would be where you record your details of your duties. What do you do with that? That's mine! Ah, Garrett Kirsten left it at a little makeshift bureau on the passageways there. But the responsibility as responsible passengers, we took into our care without a mind to return to you later. I left it there on purpose! That's where I put it always! Point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear It's clear under the circumstances you write in the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing was recorded in the log. That's because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report." Indeed so, which tells us shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SSS Bora. Something's sufficiently significant to make sure you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! I'm perfectly honest. I find it a little hard to believe it myself. But why? Well, because something as major as emergency stop really had happened. Surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Emergency stop earlier. We all know what it feels like now. But the ship lurched so violently, the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of the night. Well, no, that's just a good point. What of the throbbing? Wait, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We all suffered it. Oh, yes. I had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head's been feeling heavily ever since dawn. You all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing all day too. And since eating dinner yesterday, eating everything has felt some sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back into the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and got these handcuffs put on me. By that point, I didn't wake up when this was happening to me. Tell me, Mr. Nahato, you brought this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Yes, well, yes. Sorry. A stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. You enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take. Yes, in fact. I had all that. Kazuma was fond of chicken. So, really, so the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, what do you mean to say? That there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really. Oh, that was really true. The meal prepared for the passengers last night have been tampered with. Tampered with the addiction by a software designed to reduce every deep slumber who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the emergency stop? Mr. Nahato, of course, that's not what Mr. Holmes means, but we fetched the idea. Precisely. Lacing every passenger on board with a software drug would certainly be possible, unless every single Unless that every single crew member was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, seaman. Sorry to say that any more deception is a matter of justice. If you refuse to talk, there will be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And that were to happen, every other crew or the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Ugh. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. The crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so I decided to run away. I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame, the ballet, Mother Lasha, in order to help arrange you. I don't believe it. You're right. We put the sleeping jug in the chicken last night. I remember now. I did notice me in a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought an angel on board. She was helped by my comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. All the passengers of the SS Boris slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber, including push and fur, the meals attained. So what happened? There were people that woke up from the ship last night were the crew, people who just like chicken, and the newly boarded passengers. That means it would have been for you. You could have used this emergency stop trick to unlock Kazuma-san's cabin door. How does that make sense? Surely, any cabin door could have ended up, in that case, there would have been complete chaos. I wouldn't say so. Of course. Just like us, all the passengers would have eaten their evening meal like which would have been overwhelmed by the tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have been happily asleep with their cabin's doors bolted away, and not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in this morning. In summary, in order to have fastened the bolt of a single cabin door in the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Oh shit. You have talked a long time, said many things. What is the point? The point that I said earlier, there was somebody else present at this scene when the victim lost his life last night. Quote the messages attempted to incriminate another. Someone who desperately tried to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. Someone who abused emergency stops procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. I don't know about any of this. Listen to you go. You like to speak with your long English words. Explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust and trust. A laudable trait. I'm quite the same, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Nahado? Yes. Do you hear it? The accusory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusation cry of guilt? Sorry, but you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear it, shall call it with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For the observation of the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Mr. Nahado, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Like I said, observation. You remember, Mr. Nahado? You know, some fabricate the evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Agi's death. What we're looking for is trace of evidence that these two was when it was trapped. Precisely. You're definitely quickly to grasp my meaning. Yes, I'll see what I can see. I'm looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Wait a minute, it's all starting to make sense now. Hey, Whittle, it's all starting to make sense now. So, I think I know what they're saying. This last night. Before I do what I'm about to do, I think I can see why this is going to make sense. Because last night, the doors were locked. Somebody pressed the emergency stop to go ahead and lock the door. To lock the doors in after Kazuma was killed. That's what Mr. Sholmes was saying. So after the killer, between 2 and 3 a.m., this guy right here, oh, I know what you do. You killed Kazuma-san. You went in there, you killed him for whatever reason, and then you walked out. Oh, thank you, Whittle. But, as I was saying, so this makes sense. After this dude right here killed Kazuma-san, he went outside, pressed the emergency stop button, caused the ship to tilt over, and lock it. You're the one, dude. You're the one. Oh, look at this. Some kind of ink stain. It's an unusual place. Yes, you're right. Look, ink. Look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. There goes the ink stain. Yes! Ink stain. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite the large purple stain on the back of your uniform while you were here. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of the stain escaped your attention, Seaman. Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made is clear. Indeed it is. Mr. Nahado, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence where that stain came from the back of... It really is. It can be proven in a... Yes, it says photograph. The ink shows what caused the stain from your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, and the penny. Penny drops at last. Now you see your significance. The Russian one on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of your uniform is ink. The color are exactly the same color. The ink has been dry. Could possibly have been stained from your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin at the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Did you do it? Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. Huh? Why? I arranged everything in dead student's cabin. Make it look like the wardrobe man did it. Then I press that button to make I'll do the emergency stop and bolt the cabin shut door. Everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was me after the morning. I was on duty patrolling the passageway. Then our angel came to me like a white sheet. I went away with her. Your cabin was the #1 person. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What? What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. And this cabin, like Angel told you. Can I see? Then he tripped over and broke his neck and then fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, the cat ran away. No, Angel. The door was not locked. If you won't mind. When you went to Mr. Asagi's cabin, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. I mean to open the door to this cabin. Look, I was asking us. Wow, Miss Frivola? Is he already dead? No. Yes, that's right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing a black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. So the killer's still loose? Both of you are telling me that the killer's still loose. Wait a minute. I understand. And I believe in you. We discovered the real truth behind Kazuma's death at last. Ah, something very slipped my mind, huh? Mr. Sholmes. The photograph. Yes, took up myself, you know. Cause of death died instantly. An unfortunate incident that precipitated the events. A kitten, which the victim stumbled. However, if those were the facts, there will be one particular area in this photograph. It seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? Well, what are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Nahado? Oh, well, Cosmo tripped and fell. Open. And it can be. I'll try that. Different another point. You are losing your footing yourself. His own hands. You look to a fellow who resembles with some. The word Russian clearly isn't written by Kazuma. So if you look for something unnatural, that's an obvious point. Very true, and certainly peculiar. That's not what I meant by natural, I'm afraid. Particularly the crass detail orchestrated by the culprit. Which, I mean, identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine if you then you landed on the victim. If you part here that seems unnatural. Photographic print seems unnatural. Photographic print seems unnatural. Not the neck. Right. He really fell due to an unfortunate accident. Then his fist. Right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In the fall, one instincts. Oh. Wait. What did he say? Yes. Then the fist doesn't seem quite right. It doesn't occur to me. In one fall, one's instinct is flat. Yet the victim seems to have his left hand tightly. So here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost you might say, though he were gripping onto something. What do you mean? Simply, I took the liberty. investigating the victim's fist for a short while ago. And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes? Show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. What is that? Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Where did I see that before? Nothing on you. None of you have. And you're right. A crescent moon. Very pricky, you can tell us. Please tell us something. I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I've never seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Otto. That is the key. Good then. What does the crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? Observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Oh, what's that? From her ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! A crescent moon. Ah.
Yes! Yes!
Ah. Miss Provora, your ear there. Crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear? Seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link that hold on to it must have been broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ahado? Yes. Miss Provora, Mr. Asaki has grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps a moment before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night, Mr. Asaki's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length of him. The question is, why did Mr. Asaki do that? Pull your earring from your ear and hold on to it clenched with his finger in his final moments. No. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Provora, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship, and then when I was at last night's cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared later. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was my I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave this man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes. Sure, I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Hmm? Of course. You're Nicola Pavolia, the Russian ballerina, aren't you? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. I knew. He knew I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Hey, Whittle. I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression of me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I had no other choice. I see. So you run away? Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Pull the cord. He's going to the captain. Where did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second. It felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Decker jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet. And he turned around and looked at me. I pushed him. I don't even know why. Don't know why he did. I was scared, and I had to stop him from telling everyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch for help. From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty at the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing in the cabin next door, shaking leaf, and looked at me and said, "Help if they find out I will be. Please, I've nowhere to go." So you decided to help. That's when you ran thing in Kazuma's cabin and make it look like I did it. And no one was to suspect the passenger of the cabin next door. Yes, I went into the cabin and I looked around to make sure nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found the stowaway. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway? I closed the wardrobe doors and packed a strange paper sign. Lucky for me, that's the only reason Saito-san started to believe me and said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used the ink that was spilling to write on the floor. Arotele play, so the person would find him who would look like he was inside the wardrobe to find the stowaway. Please, tell me, what is the glass bell? It was on my feet, so I picked it up. I see. When it was dark in the cabin, I didn't notice another half. The angel went back to her cabin and finished the job. By pressing the emergency alarm button with I knew you two were in cahoots, but not like that. Man. I understood why she did it. Like, in all honesty, I understood why she did it. I know she wanted to go to a country, but everything happened so fast and you didn't want to get caught. But she has to understand she murdered somebody. There's a mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavora. What? Well, you said you told Kazuma the Fat that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you... That's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you... The fact that you run away... Well, when you said you told Kazuma the Fat that you... Well, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. Even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't your friends a member of the crew? It was the first. That's what he said first that made me scared. He said first. So it was a friend. If I thought the police knew anything about me, they would arrest me. Miss Pavora. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, Mr. Asagi was really going to pull the bell cord. I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Nahado? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wasn't going to give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. Make them send me back. Well, Mr. Nahado, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. Is there one more deduction to make? What, another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was direct? wardrobe. Maybe this tragedy would have never happened.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked to Cosmo was going to look at him. Yes, but however, he was directly beside the bell cord in the wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? This man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavora, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Saki's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Saki intended to consult with his close friend in the matter. To see if between them might be able to help in some way if they could. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. I wish she had made sure what Mr. Asaki was looking at. Things may have ended very differently. If you had... Miss Pavora, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What have I done? What have I done? So, long last, the mystery of the surrounding tragic accident of the SSS Bora was finally laid to rest. Well, having to Miss Pavora now then, once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that out. Mr. Jones can do that? She won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she'd be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I'm so sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. Wanted to help arrange a moment. But I didn't think about you. How about you lost a good friend? I will go with you now. I will give myself to the British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death? Oh, babe. So what happened was, they figured out that, well, with all the evidence that we managed to trace, there was a earring that was in Cosmo's left hand, and this guy aided the killer by writing wardrobe to try to frame him up for murder. And to sum it up, the girl went into, well, the girl knocked on Kazuma, the ballerina girl, she knocked on Kazuma's door, and she thought that Kazuma was going to rat her out to the authorities, but he wanted to get a second opinion, when he really wanted to get a second opinion from Ryunosuke. But what happened? But before he could do that, her cat screamed and jumped at Kazuma-san, and suddenly she pushed Kazuma-san into the edge of the bed frame, and he bounced back and broke his vertebrae and fell on the ground flat dead. So she picked up some evidence and ran out of the room, and Stroganoff here decided to pretty much call the alarm to make the boat turn and lock the door. All he wanted to do was protect the girl, but he's turning himself into the police at Scotland Yard. But the authorities are gonna take her into Scotland Yard, and she can't go back to Russia because now she's in exile. Kazuma's death doesn't feel like such a waste, but oh, do what you can for Miss Provora, won't you? Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. When we do arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow, as such as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study toward Great Britain is over before we even begun then. To think that Cosmos and I were laughing together, and how could this end up in the streets of London? Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san? Nada-san, I didn't know you returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back for long. But those guns just told me I should pack, you know, and ready to leave the ship for tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sadao-san. He had such great ideas for the visit to Great Britain that made me become cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Still the mishaps. It's too much, Nada-san, just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asagi-san safety to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. At least, what the? Ha ha ha! Oh, babe, that's Detective Hascana from the last case. Surprise, Mr. Nahado. What? What's the meaning of this? You really got a freaking hard on for putting chains on me. What? You want to put lipstick on me and take me out? Is that what you're trying to do, Sherlock? Ah. Rather simply, that's in my head. I shall always picture you as wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? Sorry, for old time's sake. Shall we say, you're a stowaway after all? He thinks this is funny. You're a dick, dude. Holmes. I do appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all. And through it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartening, but I hope you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan, make a forward point that everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just... Wait, it's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I was the stowaway. Terms of the study were negotiated by the Department of Great Britain of Japan. It has to be one lawyer, and one assistant. Was it to be? In the light of Mr. Saki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Prasado-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems are extremely simple solution, you know. You require one loan, and the study tour can continue, surely. You put your finger up like you want to never mind. There is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Holmes? We know of no other lawyer? Qualifications, you say? Qualifications obtained in your own country, little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, voyage to London still promises a good month of time. With opportunity, I would say, find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Satato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a... But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Nahado. Unless, are you studying in law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before England reaches the shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Nahado? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Nahado! That's ridiculous. You're surely suggesting anybody could learn all this in 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, even every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, then I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in a difficult situation? Kazuma. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. Can't let all those passions just come to nothing. But anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer if I have to. What do you say, Miss Satato? I think it's wonderful. It's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our visited inspector friend have to say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are disputable. Oh, it's madness. Yet fascinating, shouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are dull of routine existence that we all labor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed an ample of evidence that this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning up until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passions of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, above all courage. Very well. I think it's a pivotally to award my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did make a promise to tonight. But I said I will do anything I can at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters of things. I need to discuss what to do next, how to make my best report. Are you prepared to attempt this, Mr. Nahato? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about becoming a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I'm a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? You sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-san would have wanted. Its name is Kumura. It's a great sword that's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well. I accept it. I'll treasure it as always. So then, Miss Masudo, it seems like we'll be working together from time to come yet. Well, sometimes come yet, that, you know. It'll be an honor, Mr. Nahato. And for the next 40 days, I shall grant you a single minute. I shouldn't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fit every spare moment with study. That's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I see. Before we begin, I can definitely ship them together. I have the earnest favor to ask you. Goodness, what is it? Please, throw me to the ground 3 times. God damn! Ooh. Me throw her to the ground 3 times. Is this your way of asking this guy for I don't want to say the word, but I think. Oh gosh. She's probably thinking, this man gonna be lawyer. Time for snoo. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-san's closest friend. Of course, you have never done anything to hurt him. That he should have been obvious to me from the start. I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, I was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away in the cabin. The door was locking me inside. No. I won't make excuses for myself. The circumstances I should never have done you, not just once, but 5 times. Number of times keep creeping me up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take my hand and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it! I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Hado. It's skill one that requires considerable training. Oh my god! You were standing right there? Dude! Yo, Herlock, get out of the cabin! Get out of the cabin, you freak. God. 3-way? Question is, who would do who? Although I don't want to go into details. Oh, Mr. Shelms, I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. Confess, I was most impressed. When did you see that? I presume that would be a former Japanese. Oh well, in a way it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of the ancient jujitsu technique. It's called the pseudo takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How boldly. I'm a particular combat artist myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your wrestling throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let's not delay. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. Are you ready, Mr. Nahado? As you can see, a throw from the Adonoman. Oh yes, and that's what you learned to pseudo takedown, isn't it? Actually, no, that was the pseudo squash. In my own groggy state of consciousness, a scene from the eventually spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a city tour is more than a regular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. We believe that. So its name compels with its wielder to silence evil into two. Now that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I still don't know what that was. Katana's pretty cool though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out in Great Britain's capital. It was episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
My records of the late last century. I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it slipped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses of the crime itself. However, none can have imagined the time that such a simple, obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, once said of the instant, I believe that perhaps the case was indeed the program.
You can definitely watch it later, babe. I love you.
Japanese students and I would play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible. So this counts Great Britain. Where to? Hello. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, there's simply no way I have you in my mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting some students from abroad, eh? Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy this day. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is just breathtaking. It's a fortress. I know what I did say in the, what was it? Oh yeah, in Discord that it was going to be a few. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan, of course. But they only been built for short decades since we opened up our borders outside the world. And an authentic example, this is quite different from Impact, wouldn't you agree? A Far Cry wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Certainly familiar. I think there's more differences than just construction and materials. What is this place again? Oh, this is Lord Chief Justice Office, Nahata-san. It's the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. The instructions to report here at this time, the circumstances were different. We're supposed to let the Lord Chief of Justice just know that we were entering Japan. Cosmo-san can't. No. Said, an envoy to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. For delivering his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we have to return to Japan. If we were to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma-san's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to require requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it's Lord Chief Justice to appoint lawyers. So that's the second reason why you should become a lawyer. But the only... wait. I didn't read that one. Hang on a second. Okay. Just to appoint lawyers. Second, while we're here, you'll be recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in Great London. Hold on, I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry to keep waiting for you. God, you look creepy! Creepy. I think he's more of a Liam Neeson. I think I would do more of a Liam Neeson voice, guys. For this guy, I would do more Liam Neeson. Oh. I trust you on it. I trust you are too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. No, don't mention it. We're never happier than standing or sitting around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mayor Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Feel a mouse on the elephant's foot. I'm just gonna auto. Please let me mouse. So it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I am Ryunosuke Nahato from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Nahato. Welcome to London, the great capital of the glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Oh, nothing to do with... Yeah, well, we're not looking in here. It's got nothing to do with the case. So, what are your impressions of the capital so far? How you like London? I've been so nervous since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Nahato? Wonderful view of the London streets of carriage. The station. Everything's so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city's beast tramways piped water and gas and even capable of supplying electricity. We have separated every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is stranded. Yes, stranded is the word. Thanks for saving me, Satana-san. Oh, everyone seems so jolly and full of Igor. Yes. There is so much excellent about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. The great exhibition? Cultural and technology achievements from Grand and Globe to be exhibited here in the great city. It will be the greatest spectacle in our country, and we will make Paris World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we are visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour? Absolutely. Oh, Mr. Kazuma Asagi, if my memory serves. Yeah, that's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship to our shores. That's amazing. He's reaching me even before we arrived. My country, naturally, extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you're honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We're here in the captivity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They told me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy. I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you. The death of the young lawyer means that this study tour arrangement can no longer be proceeded. So, if you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Nahata would like to make a proposal. What do you know? Well, Mr. Nahata. So then at the moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if you consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would really like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there is nothing that can be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asagi. At least that's what I've been led to understand. The thing is, this really isn't gonna go well at all. He's gonna shove that with the sun doesn't shine. Please don't kick my ass, sir. You look so intimidating. You look like you're gonna kill me. Please don't beat me up, sir. Just kids a different heart. What does he say to this man? He's so intimidating. Mr. Nahata. What am I gonna say? It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as much, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma-san help me, and I was... but got glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I learned British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SSS Bora. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become qualified as a lawyer here in Great Britain, not only do you need to study at a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asagi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all that he thought about, sir. I have to carry it on and do everything that he planned to do. I know it must sound like an overinflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove what it takes. Any test you care to... Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Nahano, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, but not too protracted, but perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you good instead as a lawyer. Thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment, huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Yes? You intend to do everything Mr. Asagi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that is my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Are you just expression of just a fraction of all? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form of test will this take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Hado, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone, huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There is an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will become news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure the verdict of not guilty, you have passed my test. What could be simpler? Wait, how do I get myself involved in these situations? You know, you've got a baby face and you look innocent. I'll escape. What could I ask? What sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes. Good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. Not easy to say. But I should mention it just in case. If the defense is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? Put to death. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Chivalry, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with the man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? Listen, just like the Colonel look. Just like the colonel at KFC makes the chicken, I make the decisions. So there's no need to overcomplicate this. This is all you have to do to ensure you don't lose. Did I just make a KFC reference? No, now I'm hungry. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. Well, if I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Nahato, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You have found silent? I'm so sorry, but the time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What will it be? I'll do it. Alright then. If I have to get a decision now, my answer is 15 seconds. Decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That is too slow. So, as I suspected, is it? Sorry, you have no noble intentions, but lack to resolve them, I see. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. I just... Go acquire your ticket, the passage back to the East Land now. This conversation's over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me the chance. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tato. But what can I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man under the circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think Mr. Tato means is that no matter how badly I'd be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure that the defendant won't see this trial as a test, but as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may pick a fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, the particular day that they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. But I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Nahato. Was there something else? Approximately 20 minutes by carriage to Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you could still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. Trial begin without a defense. And if that happens, there is only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence a judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. What does it have to take to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. Okay. The cold hard truth of the matter is that only one person can now with a chance to save this man's life in a very miserable end. And that is you. There's only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it was an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 60 seconds. So venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Agnew. I can't believe I just did that. He's gone. The Old Bailey. We're going to do this job. Let's move. I don't even know nothing about this case. Do I? Oh, thank goodness! We're on time! Still only 15 minutes until the trial begins. Never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Do you hear whatever when we come to board? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. That's one of my favorite lines from Herlock Sholmes' stories. They worked out quite perfectly. I'm not sure what you're so pleased about, but I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay for gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yeah, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The defendant here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey, even... I'm feeling tense. This place gives me the same floor binding I remember from the Supreme Court of Japan. Oppressive in the air. Hold on, guys. I gotta use the bathroom. I'm back. You sent this. Okay, it feels like yesterday I was one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever this man you're defending is, I imagine he's feeling all alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. To you, madam, sir. Ah, what else you doing fooling me here? Things are far desperate, are they say? Sorry? Oh, you look at the expression on the faces from east to London, east, yes. Wait, we're from Japan, yes. Japan's right. Say no more. So how much you needed? No, we're just here because... Didn't expect that fella. I've been there myself, and so have I. No place going to shot. No. Barely a penny. Penny to and right on a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place. I have to say yet, no. This grant. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing new. Huh? 1,000 guineas? I'm a settle. What's the show? 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion. Prestige in Tokyo. What? Listen to me at all. I like to ensure that I have significant funds of whatever my rainy day, you see. I have nothing worth to buy in the city of London to do. 3 times over. How about my free funds in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept a large sum of money. Ow! He hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving you shrinks or titch. I'll be waiting for you to do something for me. Yeah? To be honest, just a little. The trial's about to begin, you see? And for me, what's up, you'll be unducked. So go now. I want you to do. Come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you be my lawyer, but just a little detail now. Wait, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there and look at me, nothing more. Otherwise, see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation, no. What the hell? The Lord Chief wasn't just making this all up. I'm terribly sorry. I have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? What's in blazes? Do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we're just arriving in the city, you see. I see. That boat ain't tethered on oil. Impossible. Well, just next to the airport in the creme of the London. Wait, a park? What? Just cause me get a park for a bunch of flowers and spring and singing and the birds. I won't know it. I donated to the city, so I did. The entire park? Central London? City smiles. Here's my vision of London. There's nothing that Magnus McGill couldn't fly for the city. What? People? You're Scottish, aren't you? You said McGuinness. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Oh, but they leak it to go to say that I'm good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGuinness. What's the matter, you London police? I ask you. Alright, I'm going to pass out. Mr. Nahado? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. What the hell's his name? Magnus McGilded. I'm just gonna call you Mag. Okay. Alright, Mag. McDaddy! I don't know. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we've actually here in London to study the British law. We're students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, you'd be happy to put yourself in a... Okay, Sega, see you later. What was I saying, you idiot? I was giving you 1,000 guineas and you stand over there next to me and I held right. Yes, but I wasn't really offered to stand up there next to you. No, I take to see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. The Chancellor of Feta claims to have more money than the Queen. But did that true? Quite the praises finest lawyer in all of England. Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, we should just play along, Ryunosuke. This guy could be like Conor McGregor and try to eat my belt. Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, you have all the money, but you don't have anyone to represent you in court. The logical conclusion that you're guilty of the charges. Well, you call me a spade in the East, so you do. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. I can still express myself very well in English, you see. You see, I'm never sure what acceptable to say and what isn't so. Yeah, that's so. Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a black eye must be. Huh? I'm curious. Can't say I blame for thinking that, fella. That's a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the foot of the Reaper. Wait a minute. Say the Reaper? I don't mean like Jack the Ripper or Jack the Ripper, do you? Oi, the Grim Reaper, or the Bailey Lord Bordock. Then seeks, he is a prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Well, then Seeker stands for the prosecution. They call the accused the sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he been the prosecutor, the accused has been down. What? So to reach this desperate situation, well, there's no willing to stand to the trial in offense against the fella at all. Say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Oh goodness, Lord Berg then Seeks? He must be exceptionally a talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? Finish someone in his counsel? Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial shall begin. Counsel? That would be me. Just died. Then Dad, don't let me down. Oh, don't know anything about the case. Wait a minute. It doesn't. Why? What's he being accused of? So you. No, well, you haven't told me exactly what happened. Tell you should face it. I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I have to defend myself in that. Well, could have worked. But you made me an apprentice, a student of law, wouldn't you know? Tis no accident, I can share that. Tis fate! So don't get the coat for it now, please. Why is he trying to... Literally, I know nothing about this guy. Or nothing about this case where she stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. I don't care how much gibberish he's speaking. You know, he's talking in riddles, and I can't really. This guy is literally talking in riddles. I can't understand. Really, don't understand why he's on this case. But yeah, there's no one. He has to stand alone in that courtroom with no one to defend him. Something that Kazuma would never have allowed that to happen. Counsel of the defense, what are you doing? You're late for the start of the trial. You will lose your right to stand. my first trial. I hope Archer let me, Cosmo, because I have no idea if I'm going to manage this. Wait a minute. Oh, this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. Centuries of history. The atmosphere makes a world of wilderness. Whatever this country determine a person's guilt and innocence always comes with fear. Would I say something, Mr. Nahado? Yes, what? Your eyes are ready to pop out of your head again. I know. I just can't help it.
In the name of Her Majesty's Queen, I hereby declare this court now in session. We're here today to determine the guilt of the innocent Mr. Magnus McGilded. I shall now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
How would I use this? Like Vader. Get to one real quick. What's it needed? The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper Bailey. He really does look like he's ready to dispatch his poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel, time for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Oh yes, of course, sorry. He asked for the defense if I was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, magnificence. They shroud your fear, no doubt. Your tiered reputation. They run raw, clinging to some phantom nation of carnage. The quintessential look of the sacrificial lamb. My spine all the way from the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. And are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's a student from some little island off the far east, it's not the British way to ignore the dangers you see and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I like to think that's the acts of chivalry to do the great British Empire proud. Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman has founded him. Do you hear the donated £5,000 to the government every day, mother?
They put Mr. McGinnon's most laudable statements. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am sure hardly remind you that your six members of the public have been selected for your imparity. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord. The task to send the riders to the gallows where they belong. I'm sure I'm ready. As a matter know, there's so much hazardous waste. We should dispose of rubbish properly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Many criminals will soon be washing away. They never set eyes on me. Oh, okay, that's clear. Odd job from 007. Feel free. I feel free to chill. Don't mind me, dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Much for my grandson. I'm sorry, these people are... Jerry, yes. It's something that we don't have in Japan yet. Alright, I've always read about it. These are the Great Britain's court's final verdict. Depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passed his sentence according to law, but the jurors determined the guilt based on common sense. The defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. How exactly the jurors give their verdict, that I don't know, but it shall become clear as the trial progresses. Okay. Prosecutor Van Sykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought that you announced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. And infamy rather than fame, I would say. But years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware of? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. Reaper has been in out of action for 5 years? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Nahato.
As you wish, or the court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, the opening statements, I think. Summary the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, the case is in overwhelming simplicity. You must be the ones who aren't aware. And the incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour has some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as thrice fired mason. Wait, thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman,
and the bricks he fried, they were almost to be indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service streets of London at the time. A dagger has been thrust into the victim's abdomen and is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. An autopsy. Okay, passion. Go. Oh, okay. Let's get in the medical officer of Scotland Yard.
Thank you, Consul. I shall accept the photograph as evidence.
Excuse me. So he was a brickmaker. Time and cause of death. Between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. Once in the abdomen with a knife. Okay. So, and he died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. So in other words, he bled out. He clearly was stabbed. Why is he looking down? That was a golden knife. But then he... Okay. That's what I do know. One further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Oh, good lord! Is that blood, Consul? Yes, my lord. By policemen who arrived at the scene. Those gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he arrested. Mr. Gilded's gloves? Had blood on them? Had blood? Yes, I will accept this evidence as well. Let's look at the gloves real quick. Wait, am I allowed to view those gloves real quick? Okay. The gloves real quick. This is definitely blood, isn't it? It's the most pleasant sight to be comforted with the first day in London. No, but by the way, Mr. Gilded is right. Is Mr. Gilded right-handed? I believe so. He was torn with a coin. Pity. What did they say? I believe so. And went back into the corner where... Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of the passengers was deceased, the brickmaker Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well,
rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say to you?
Well, of course, no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Gilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. I will succumb to it.
You're going to be in loose sleep.
Just the motion of the carriage, my lord. My lord, so as when I opened my eyes again. Just a desperate sight before me, the body of a man never laid eyes on before in my youth. Now I ask you, of course, good-hearted soul, when we rushed to help the fell and a bleeding from her stomach. Wait, what did he say? What about the stomach? Let's see. Good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help. I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? So I reached out to give the man a hand. After the man, so the blood got into the gloves. Then after the man was killed. Unfortunately, that statement, the driver's, is only the beginning. What? There are multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Okay.
Order, order, order!
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and the driver to the witness of the crime. And that's just the case of the compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin of the accused.
Thank you, Counsel, for the circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will have to hear a testimony from the witness first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witness at once! Wait, what? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
Well, my name's, you know, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive the ambulance bus to the West End.
Bruce Fairplay. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First data first. I make Haspergents. Let's reconfirm the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock of the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnesses to an aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right. Yes, sir. Right, sir.
Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Oh, am I supposed to do this? Alright, let's do this. What did you guys saw exactly? What did you guys see?
It was last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers I remember well.
The victim and the man accused killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. The victim and the man. Then out of the blue, the accused just plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too.
I gotta ask all of you guys something.
It's testimony, mercy.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed an incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel.
The testimony. Makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? It's been quite stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen from the inside of a moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read the civilization in the Eastern Islands nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. You're so arrogant about our omnibuses. So tell me, my Nimbus's friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. I only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you don't understand that much. Yes. The omnibuses which this bloody crime took place here today, in this very building. Here? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. That's an omnibus? That's an omnibus? The omnibus? I can't believe they could bring something like that enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses. They can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin on the rooftop above the deck. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city, arcade and sights are to be had from the top of the omnibus. I should point out to our foreign guest. There's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Huh? The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the roof seats of the omnibus when the murder took place. This is how they became witnesses of this grim incident, through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, Consul, this is the first. All my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the currency assault to be brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. Itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. Well, the omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe the entire crime scene suspected as evidence. Okay. Can I go inside there for a minute? Let me see what we got here. Well, let's open the door, shall we? Horrible. Blood soaked in the seat. The victim's obviously... Yes, that seat would be clearly visible from the roof. Would you really have somebody in a full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. So there was a lantern here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything. He was going to attack, so... Closer from the great due to 6 months from now, with a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower to the centerpiece. Impossible for her. A woman that can problem with. That piques my interest right here. Is that open? Looks like all sorts of equipment might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Wheels, blankets. Gotta be something in this cabin that could be useful. So, crap, there's nothing I can work on. I'll find something in this omnibus. Right? Damn, I'm not gonna... Well, there's something on the ground that I'm missing. So there's nothing on the ground that is missing. Can we open this again? Are you sure I'm not missing anything that is possibly valuable? That's all I'm gonna get out of here. That's all I'm gonna get out of here. Wait a minute. What was on the seat, right? Wait, go back to the scene of the crime for a minute. Wait, there was blood on the seat, right? He was sitting down. Wait a minute. He would have had to bled out a really... You know what doesn't make sense here? Wait a minute. He would have bled out a really long time. If he were to be stabbed right on the spot, he would have had to been bleeding for a really long time. Not to mention, before he was stabbed. Before he was stabbed. Oh, wait a minute, before. That's it. I think I've got a conundrum. So. He had to have been killed before he went into the omnibus. That's what I think what happened. I already know. Oh, there was a pool of blood there. First cross-examination British court. Come on. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. I know which statement is false. So, questions have to determine this is gonna be hard. Gotta determine who was who. So I gotta be careful with my next words. I gotta be careful on who I ask and when I ask it. That's possibly eating. It doesn't, you know, victim on me. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight of the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit upon the deck, there's a lamp inside, and a pretty good view. How can you be so sure? Look at it. You actually saw the moment it happened? I got you. If you show that. Lord. Number 3, what's the meaning of this? I don't really made up. What about what? That's precisely what I was about to say. Let's do it, fellows. What's happening here? Let's see. Oh, yes. Seems like wonderful. Okay, yes. White for innocent. White for innocent and black for guilty. Exactly what did you see? What was your referring to the accusing for me? Hold on. I got. Number 2, go on. Mr. McGill is a pillar of society. However, rubbish. Oh, you guys. This isn't looking good. This isn't looking good. Oh, God damn it. Oh, come on. Really? They're not giving. Oh, these assholes. This isn't good. Nevertheless, believe my information still very much. I suppose I just have to keep pressing. Notice this no more sparks come out the fly. We mustn't hope for it. But alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. Just need to keep calm, listen to what is sustained today. Okay. So when it happened, the only two people who closed the cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man trying to defend to the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. How am I supposed to think here? If Mr. Gilder really is innocent, or could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need a little more carefully this time. Okay. Okay, I was on a bus in the evening. Look at that. Punch a knife right into his guts. You couldn't have seen anything. What? How? He couldn't have seen anything. He couldn't have seen anything. What are you talking about? He could. Okay, so it was my sin. I saw it too. Because I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. See it though. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Come on! Oh, God damn it. Gosh darn it. I thought I had. Oh, God damn it. What do I have in my evidence that can help this guy? Oh, damn it. Oh, God damn it. We haven't gotten there yet. You were sitting up on the roof deck, weren't you? Then I looked down through the skylight. Yeah. How do I... Holy... Oh, mischievous. This knife. Knife you saw. Good grief, that's it. That's the very one, sir. It is, but furthermore, it's scribbled and visible in its written initial letter M, which means oddly familiar. Please no. From Magnus, perhaps. From a Gilded, possibly? Take your pick. Seems a particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But M's everywhere! Like, yes! Like in Mason. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon was... Read the evidence real quick. I need to see that. I'm just sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades. No, not blades. Cause them a soul. Anyways, okay. Yes. Yes, this is M. Blade. You mean... Darn it! How do I prove? What do I do here, man? Oh, come on, man! Dang it! Okay, I guess. I don't know which statement to use it on. Darn it. God damn it. I gotta figure out where to use this knife. Where do I use it? What do I use it on? Tell me what I have to use it on. I know, I'm down to my last. I'm gonna say this. I'm down to my last chance. What the fuck do I do? Oh, come on, damn it. Stay hope here. One of these witness statements. I heard the scream and stopped my bus on me. Hold it! Oh, what is it? Oh, oh, I see what I gotta do.
Excuse me.
Oh, come on, damn it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing either, lady. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Darn it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay. Come on, you freaking. Wait a minute.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Well, yes. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, well, you've been making 20 pence from, you see. I spend that much time. I didn't make a decision before hearing all the facts, all I said to myself. What the hell do I... Come on. This is too kind, sir. Jeez. Manager number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have the testimonies of all the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, you certainly have. Donated to the city, you know. But spotted on your traces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would take another man's life. How many other years was this? Let me see. What is about what company? Client Sherlock, sir. What? Oh, come on! This isn't fair, dude! Bookmaker next will come to no surprises. Critics are accused. You know that the very day Mr. Mason was killed by the fire. Gracious. I don't believe it. Huh? If I might add something briefly, Miss Suderdale, you claim that the victim had lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Pray forgive the discourtesy of revealing my hollowed challenge in the court of law. Oh, there it is. The Banker's hollowed challenge. I would consider it acceptable. If I find myself on unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I hadn't expected to experience it myself. I'm simply doing my job. What pity that you display your courage is in vain. This is the death collector's ledger, which for all mourners of everybody accused. You find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present you the ledger of the evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of my challenge. Toast to the minute. I accept this new evidence. Yeah, well, it's not. Find. Hold it. Look at this. Do you see a name here? Bruce Fairplay? Yes, of course, the banker. Wait a minute, no! Let's think about this a little bit more. Don't stand for this now. God damn it, no! What's this? According to this, Court proceedings are suspended in the... Final verdict? Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... This decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. I believe in my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Tato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes. Saying something before? The footnote, your encyclopedia of British law, however, the defense. What does it say next? Oh, yes. Of course. One more, please. One member of the jury has concluded. Defendant is guilty. Court proceedings are suspended and the proceedings Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summatation examination of jurors. What? What? A summonation of examination? A summonation examination? From which country that has the tome You've Been Resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such a claim. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly and no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. What even is it, Mr. Toe? The so-called summatation examination? One moment, I will read about it. You wouldn't demand the right to a procedure before you understand what it is. Typical nuptitance. Right, Mr. Nahado, I think I understand. It seems that under the procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury to do what exactly? Appeal them to change their learning and reverse the decisions, and it says here that successful proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Wait, make them reverse their decisions? Yes, at times have gone by, but barristers would use a summatation examination to attempt to influence judges. But that procedure has become something of a formality, no practical benefit really, so rather it fell out of use. I wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member's jury mind would be not enough, let alone several. No. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be adequate and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Nahado? A summatation examination, our last possible option. Do we deserve to carry it out? The defense wishes to assert the right to a summatation examination, my lord. London is a capital city, the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world and exemplify the very highest standards of judicial system. Some examiners are an embarrassment that should be remained. But it's our right. It's our right. I can't believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense petitions is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summatation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you in the remainder of the jury ready? Yes, I'm not, Most in this letter I received, you see, members of the... On what grounds? You must justify your decisions, explain why you believe the defendant should be guilty. Well, my lord, I would rather put in a tough spot. may be the opportunity we've been looking for. So then let it be. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGildy, guilty of this most suspicious crime. I'm gonna be smart about this. So there's no one else that could. There's an excellent memory, it seems, for 4 passengers. Next to him, just like this. There's a. To go, Fresno is immortal. I wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors fully formed arguments, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get those 6. What? Do I need to according to my book? It's not quite how it works. They reach their conclusions by their own reasoning. But you're pleased. What am I supposed to do? Oh dear. Words then? Well, from what I can understand, these procedures using the jurors as own words to make your own arguments. What do you mean? Well, there's 6 members of the jury. They're... That's what you're done. Okay, now wait a minute. I have to pull this off. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the delivery. Yes, excellent. Wait. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him. Wait, what? What am I supposed to do? Okay. He struck the trap next to him. Oh, okay. I simply have typed to collaborate the statements. I can trust. You can trust the guild for it. Wait a minute. Okay. Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, Counsel. Post haste. But dear me, I need to jump on my other half. What is this? A claptrap? What does contradict? We've heard from more than one of you, from one witness. Allegedly, you saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of the curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Test me, do you? Like this, like the photo you can get, just like the banker said. Yes, therefore this testimony quite true. Now then, juror number. Oh, is that me? Is it? What can I do for you, young man? Would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Well, dear, as far as I understand it, like this. I found him after he collapsed on the floor. The clergyman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at those two jurors. He struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing us totally different directions. Plus, my stitches want a needle. What this tells us that there's a strong possibility one of those witnesses isn't telling the truth. But why? What the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. What I do know is that the trial ends at this point, that we may never find out, that we may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, really let that happen in all good conscience. Lies you say, oh dear me. People telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Hold it. Wait. Now hear this, my villagers. I warn you, cannot listen to this man. Look at him in the black suit. He's going something. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting up myself to this? That's on me, Dark Jinx. Me? What exactly is the problem? The two witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events. What of it? Let's say the sheriff did attack the victim and set the victim in the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. Let's say the victim hopped on the floor and then the Sherlock stabbed him again. And this old do it. Well, what's to say that didn't happen like that, Who are you calling on? Why should I take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other now. But that could be the formula of the jury. The two witnesses did the two. Did the witnesses see two different moments of this? It's true. There's an outside chance of anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Nahado. What is it, Miss Sudo? I think you should have a look through the court records. You see, the evidence that makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance what the jurors. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. Where's the cookies? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? You can't possibly say that. You don't realize that You do as I'm only doing my job. Foreman sure is responsible to steer everyone to the right direction. Man, no, that's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. I'm gonna use the... Damn it. Damn it. See, wrong. What the hell do I do? Two innocents at different moments. Whittle, don't tell me I can. There we go. I got it. Coming out autopsy report. According to what was written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? Quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time, which means the witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can concede defeat. Let's just see two more jurors change their minds. We can force the trial to continue two more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Well, where might you straight next? So I need to put two more jurors against each other and show their other contradictions. Okay, you can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on this side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summonation examination. All right. You can trust the guild. I trust the... What did she just say? I trust... You... Guild. I'm not very surprised for 4 piece in years. I think it's... Objection! The two statements contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, Consul. Yeah, what have I said? What's his name? I haven't said about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus the night of question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beakbo, he took 20 piece in fares. You're quite right. I have those. And juror number 5 told us the following. The fares in the omnibus always a 4 piece. Then a fare. That is fair and convenient single price, but just the way the London carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leads to glaring discouraging facts. I mean, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Like as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different by 4 pence, in fact. Precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. Once in all trustworthiness and our outward. I need a watchword, good so policy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Goodmaster, I think you ought to consider that's if the trial that we were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. News that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride on his omnibus. Alright then, I hope my miserable trial doesn't end, According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocents of the scales. Now hold your horses, coachman. We're all sitting in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. This is very irritating. I beg your pardon, sir. I'm not going to do the same. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my care for years. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witness again. Wait, that means 4 jurors are leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Nahato. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a conscience. Shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take the razor sharp blade and shove every last hair on his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense examination has flipped to the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors are now stand at 4 guilty and 4 not guilty. Only there is no longer a large majority among the jury. The trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, witness to return to their place, and I call upon for it to continue to pursue the truth. Now the knife is crazy. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case of the prosecution, if you please. Dude, is it safe for you to be drinking? I'm just being serious. I think that's why you're going to lose the case. You're not sober. Ah, he heard me! Having savored such a rich aroma in the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice. Oh, by the way, Redtail, if you ever mention my drinking habits again, I will take this bottle and shove it where the sun don't shine. Okay. Take it to... if it may crust to dust, pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks?
It's cold in here, or is it just me? As you are acquainted, the tome note that says the prosecution may not speak during a summonation examination, so I'm honored a deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard. Self, even in truth, it would seem. And no, why would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witness once more! They look like they're about to... Witnesses, I trust you heard the summonation, lady. We just heard to endure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo?
Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that you're in previous testimony, you are attempting to violate the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You be found guilty of perjury, and you are advised to bear.
Now, the witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before this court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summonation examination.
What in the... Oh, I know, that was the plan. That was the... Not only carried 4 passengers that night, but... Well, for one, I was told I had to pay 5 piece for the bus. He fitted us the fare, he did, and then I saw the blood curdling on the site. Wait, what did he say? It's too much. I tell you, I saw McGuinness stabbing that man, and everything I said before stands. Yes. He stabbed him. Yes, he did. No, you think so? Yes. Console makes sense of... Can make sense of this for me? The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cossaging.
People, explain yourself!
Tell me something good, master. The guild's fare's a 4-piece across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny fare? It's so cold. It's the rainy day I always have empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, people! A disgrace! Your selfish actions have brought dishonor upon the entire guild. From sir, I had to pay a 10 piece on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each? Yes, that's 20 pence. I've done the errand amount 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. That figures. Well, it would have to appear that one aforementioned misgivings have already been explained. So the counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We have already had the pleasure of protracted examination today. I see you intend to continue the prolonged games. Absolutely. In the words of a very famous fighting game announcer, let's see. Okay. Round 2, fight! Hold it on you. Does that mean everyone on board that I paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, please, sir. I just told you I did. So sure he did when I saw the blood curling. Also. Let me go to what is this? Debtors. So therefore there were only 4 passengers who occurred, but you didn't charge them different. That was terrible. I wanted to get myself out. You're digging deeper for a hole for yourself here. Yeah, give me a chance to figure this out, man. Okay. Wait. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment Finn allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife and a nice back grip. I suppose. The cart before the horse, maybe. What is this? Well, I'm not quite enough of it. I was driving the horse and I heard the scream from the foot seat to leave the deck. I expect it was me, sir. How did you see it from the skylight? You were driving. On the floor. knife was sticking. Can you add that to your testimony? So in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment.
Excuse me.
I got you now. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? What are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Okay. Okay. So, could he have just happened? No. Well, it's a little hard to believe, certainly, unless you spend your time peeping through the skylight on top of that. I mean, what it is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city baker. I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Huh? Excuse me? I was getting a little... What you exactly saw? Oh, I can do that. Alright. I'll just tell you how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of the scorpions? Hold it! Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked, laying on the... a little thick. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. You sure about that? Blood soaked on both the gloves? Wait a minute. I think I got you. I got you now, dude. I got you. Not long ago, the trial was really clean and end. Somehow we made it. No, you... Dude, why are we talking? No. I know that. Gosh. Look, I know. I'm trying to freaking... Look, I have to... Look, I've got... I swear. Trying to pursue them for reason. Trying to go to this douche's last statement. Alright. This is what I need to do. I got evidence. You said blood soaked? I know there was blood on the gloves, but I don't think it was soaked, though. So you must contradicting yourself. Because I got something, though. God! Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. I actually meant to do this. Blood soaked. Hands? I'm afraid you're not. I'm afraid, sir, you're not floating like a butterfly, and you sure as heck are not singing like a bee. But this, well, I admit they were soaked, maybe laying on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that is more little than peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Gilded, in the night of question. Right. Yes. Right. There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here, but as far as I'm sure, you can clearly see, it's only on the right hand. And sure, Mr. Fairplay, Your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. You're the liar here, then. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said "yeah" with both your hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. So you say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It's simply a mistake. You can't justify but accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only just one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both of his hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why, I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, but not some gutter snipe upsetting members of society don't perpetuate. I claim to have no reason to lie, but this really is the case. No. If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Phillips might be lying, it could turn the tide of the trial completely. To show that this man's compelling light is compelling reason to lie to his testimony. My lord?
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present the evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Evidence that would clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call the defense to present this evidence. The evidence that demonstrates the motive for the witness's alleged description in court.
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. Gilded. Yes, a list of the innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among those names of debtors in your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
Yeah, well, it's really worth it being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Yeah, well, what of it? Well, let's suppose Mr. Glitter were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
Well, these documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, for the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment. As all standing debts which we were owed to him would be annulled. That would be cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Oh, step. Mr. Fairplay, is that not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to awfully your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again. Be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future. Did you or did you not seize to precise the moment in time which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make this melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGiller's hands, both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Faust.
Well, thing is, I think I remember seeing it for myself as it happens. Seeing what? Well, the blood, sir. It's on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was both of his hands, not just one. What? What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know how precisely, what did you and did you not see? Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yeah. Yes. Mr. Nahado, the good news is the trial seems to have slightly shifted at last. A chance to turn things around here. Oh, sick, guys. I'm gonna save this. Man, I've been going on this for like almost 5 hours now. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say... Hold on 1 second, guys. Suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the seven transpired. It matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see himself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we would all have seen. None of you was witnesses to this crucial moment. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage. That man's hands were covered in blood. Much activity, evidence, and the tantamount saying to do. Is that really what testimony's all about? Let us examine the interior of the eminence once more. The victim's fresh blood was clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Oh, I know Nightwolf won't be on tonight. She said that she can't do it tonight. She'll be on tomorrow though. There was blood on both the hands of the assailant. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the accomplice. You definitely saw that too. Thing is, as far as when I looked at this, I don't believe he was wearing gloves there. Wasn't wearing his gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on his bare hands quite clearly. The true death point seen in the dark leather gloves would have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused in the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood amidst it. What was the scream like? You didn't... Rico, you were grabbing. You must have enjoyed. Everything you saw the night of the incident, this guy whooping on the omnibus. That's right. I was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't closed over. Yes, I remember it was shivering. It was so bitter. I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't make it a cat. Oh, no. It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. Okay. Fair play. This had exactly the same experience. Tried knocking, but the jet inside just gestured me to clear it off. So I had no choice but to climb on the roof deck. I can assure you I wasn't looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely what we're getting to your absolute confidence. If that was anyone else in that case. One thing. You're riding on the omnibus. The witness events in the cabin through the skylight floor of the upper deck. Is that right? Right. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin's interior that's been out of sight from you. Oh, really? Obviously, that's a state. Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. This ability cannot be denied. Someone says they could have been the passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical muttering is omnipotence, friend. The prosecution demands you substantiate your claims. After all, the crime scene here is fresh. Oh. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta go do something. Hold on. Alright guys, I'm back. I'm back, guys. Alright, well. You will identify the area of the concept of the omnibus. Where exactly on the omnibus are you suggesting the potential passenger could have been a situation? The extra passenger. Yeah. Think about it, guys. Could have been stabbed from the front. Both rows of the seats on the roof are facing the direction of the traveler. The whereabouts the seats enclosed in the cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin in which the passengers on the roof deck can see to the skylight, as drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite to which one victim, the attacker, was sitting is obscured from the view. In other words, if someone were to have been sitting on the seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. So yeah, he had to have been sitting. Chris Benjamin, you will not speak when I'm about to speak. So in other words, it's quite possible so the Phantom was sitting there. Hey, how dare you interrupt me? Silence, fat one. Okay, I'll zip it. Good little fatty. Wait, what did you just say? You will speak when spoken to. Okay, let me speak. Okay, you Upitons have been forbidding a habit of obscuring the truth with a I don't know what the hell that means. I concur the prosecution's rejoinder in a British court of law. Evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjuring counsel unless you're able to put a name of the mysterious passenger in who you allude. Can you, Mr. Nahado? I don't know who could have been. Who could have been You can see everything outside the window like the roof door. I don't have a linking. I have no idea. I literally have no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look into the sky and walk on. Make sure all science tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case. Hey, my Wolfie. Alright then, I'll go on. The fence would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. Your response is desperate attempt by a man with no notion of his own limitations. So a toast to hard lessons, not let yearn. Now let's delay the council. The fence is still the name of the passenger in the other seat. Yet, chance I've been waiting for it, probably. That night of the murder, person that covered the eminent skin review was. I don't know! From the obscure view. Had it been? From the obscure view was. I literally have no idea. How am I supposed to do this? I don't know who the heck to kill. Wait. I don't have anything. I don't know who the person was. I was on that cabin. How am I supposed to? Oh, Beepo. Okay. Somebody. That's gonna hurt my brain. She told me to answer somebody that I don't have an answer to. Who was a? Wait a minute. What if they mistake? They could be mistaken. What if he was actually the one sitting there? He could have been the one sitting up. In the passenger enclosed cabin, the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Just had to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mick? McGilded? What are you talking about, Consul? The name of the defendant? He wasn't sitting inside the cabin at all. He was sitting on top, so he could not have killed him. If I was the sister of the Chamber of Smashing, I almost do not forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk on this tiny island nations in the Far East having a learning culture of their own. But I see that the terms are ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain the terms as a student of the artless backwater, such as yourself may understand. Where the body of the scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested this fact, and it is the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? Well, the victim really wasn't sitting beside Mr. McGilded. It creates the inconsistency that it can be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? Okay, the defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that the blood was on both hands of the person that... Yet we know the truth otherwise. Only one glove bears the glory. The point is, even in the face of irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony is unchanged. Exactly. They both admittedly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. But it was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. The victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order, order, order! What are you loading? The defense solution is just that it's nothing more than a conjecture. The witness have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said that two of them were wearing his hats. And I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The top of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yeah, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hated. But hatters do tend to notice such things, so...
And what particular styles of hat did these two gentlemen sport, Mr. Faust?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
You call yourself a hatter.
The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have opted to disclose the fact. Unless, that is, you're proposing an even more capricious explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the cabin, in which... He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin on the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been aware of it.
Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused Mr. McGilded to the stand.
Well, what do you say, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, we have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus is no uneducated ruffian. And if it's indeed it turns out the man, he has been withholding information. But you can be sure that it will have been the most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what's your... My lord. Should I ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear his opinion of the jury.
Oh, yes,
I need a little more time to reconsider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs to get done, that's how I run things at the guild.
I hear what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh, yes, that would be lovely.
The jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant out to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally come clear. Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are two matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you on the omnibus cabin, as which proposed by the defense. The second, that is, such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Because, no, just my nature. They ain't hiding it at all. Just answer the questions, please. Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Dude, I tell you, keep my shut. Tell us what, Mr. McGilden? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. And the carriage in the night me safe. And the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
Oi! Test me who helped the little urchin get it away and had it happen. You? What? No, Magnus McGilded, that's convenient excuse. Can't save you now. Oh, true side I am. So I am no something I guess. I'm sure you'd be ready to know what I've been wondering when I was taken into place for the police. I do be very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
It's a child was just running the birthday at the wrong time. And that gets thrown away in the vault, you see. What? It's the police I know. Oh, the real one was there. Yeah, they had a summons and she done it. They have hold him in the police for courtroom, just like I'm serving the rest. So I was trying to despair of that. Young hearts and young mates are easily damaged, me lewd.
Who was this young child who you speak?
That, Ed, no.
You don't know?
We just happened to be in the cameras that night. And never thought of this into the We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls the witness' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. If it's the rich and in this courtroom, as we speak, we'll be listening to the proceedings. What? Oh, fire's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away, it's no use! I can't see anything but the smoke! What's going on? Careful, mister, I will cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I have an emergency, call a recess. We have the defendant in custody. Go to the courtroom. We need to smoke by foot. We had no idea what's happening. All we knew was that that PM Lisa's trial was suspended. All we knew? Oh shit. Damn. I got so many save files. I'm going to do this for another 15 minutes before we're going to end the live stream. What on earth just happened in there? Listen, Otto, I managed to find out what happened. Miss Otto. I was told it was an advance form a smoke grenade. Every facility device releases smoke. Smoke grenade. That's something ninjas use. To just make sure everything's safe now, once again. Who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl, around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilder was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. What's become of Mr. McGilder, actually? So many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with a young girl. Who is she? And what was she even doing here at the trial? Huge risk for what possible benefit to herself. It's another matter that's troubling me. What? The 20 pence. Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. It seems that there were 5 passengers, which means the figures that don't seem to add up again. She's right. That's strange. Call of an event so kindly please in the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go straight away. Well, guys, I'm probably gonna go ahead and get off of here and probably gonna go ahead and go play some games with the Wolf Queen for a little bit. But I'm probably gonna go ahead and do another live stream as soon as I oh shit. Let me go ahead. There we go. But I'm gonna go ahead and do another live stream sometime tomorrow. I know tomorrow will be off, so I'll probably do it sometime probably in the morning or at night. But I'm going to go ahead and end this live stream tonight, guys, and bid you off with a farewell and adieu. Bye-bye.